Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Bearcat Sports Network. I'm Mike Flanagan. This morning we're at Emerald Bowl here at the 6th Annual Kat Klash, sponsored by Track Bowling, Logo Infusion, and Turbo Grips. You are watching NCAA Collegiate Women's Bowling, and this is the practice session prior to competition. In about 15 minutes or so, myself and Darian Graham will be bringing you 5 games of traditional team play. But for now, it's just practice for about 15 minutes, and then we'll be here to bring you 5 games of traditional team play. We have 17 teams here at Emerald Bowl here in Houston, Texas. And I'll take you through the rundown of which teams you're going to see today. In our first match this morning, it will be Central Missouri and Stephen F. Austin. Then in our second match, you'll see Texas Southern and Lincoln Memorial. In the third match, it'll be Prairie View A&M and Jackson State, followed up by Sam Houston State and Southern University. And finally today, down the stretch, we'll have Louisiana Tech and Nebraska. So all that'll be coming up for you a little bit later on today after practice is over. We're glad you're with us. Make sure you let everybody know that you're watching the Bearcat Sports Network today. And we'll be back in just a little bit when practice is over.
This is your 2-minute warning. 2 minutes left for open practice. 2 minutes. One minute remaining in open practice. 1 minute. Okay, open practice is now over. Please finish up your shots. Open practice is now over. 12 minutes of open practice over. Please move to your starting pairs.
LA to 27, please. LA to 27. I need an LA to 26, please.
All right, just a reminder, players and coaches, that your equipment, your ball bags, and any loose balls should be even or behind those first chairs. Spectators, make sure you are behind the tables. No flash photography today. When I tell you to begin practice, you will be practicing, as you know, on your non-starting pair for 5 minutes, and then I will tell you to change to your starting pair for 5, but not yet. All right, now you may begin your 10 minutes of practice. First 5 minutes is up, please switch lanes. Please switch lanes. First 5 minutes is up, please switch lanes. shots if you're on the approach. Practice is now over. Once you finish up your shots, please reset your cadence to the first ball. When you are ready, you may begin. As you know, the left lane begins the match. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will have 5 matches of traditional 5-player games. 5 matches of traditional 5-player games today. Total pins from today and yesterday will have the seedings for tomorrow. Let's bowl.
Who say I say we are the purple posse? Who say I say we are the purple posse? Who say I say we are the purple posse? Woo woo woo, I'm Jax!
And with that, welcome everyone into the Bearcat Sports Network. I'm Mike Flanagan, joined by Darian Graham this morning, and we're here at the 6th annual Kat Klash, sponsored by Track Bowling. You can check them out over at trackbowling.com, Logo Infusion at logoinfusion.com, and of course Turbo Grips at turbogrips.com. Yesterday we saw Baker action, 30 total games of Baker yesterday, and now today it's 5 traditional team games here at the 6th annual event. We're in Houston, Texas at Emerald Bowl. And this morning in our first match, Darian, we've got Stephen F. Austin, the 2016 NCAA National Champions, matched up here with a familiar team that we actually saw come through the live stream pair twice yesterday, Central Missouri, coached by Ron Holmes. Good morning to you, Darian, sorry.
Good morning. Glad to be here. Looking forward to the action today.
As am I. First time working together yesterday. You had a chance to check out NCAA Women's Collegiate Bowling for the first time. Not being an avid bowler yourself, what's your biggest takeaway from what you see here at this event?
You know, it's going to be probably the team camaraderie, because before I came yesterday, I was kind of mentally prepared to compare it more towards golf. And it's nothing like that. After each thing that happens, the team celebrates as a whole. There's more excitement in the air, and you feel that here in this area.
Yeah, team competition here is probably the most exciting bowling that you will see. You've got up to 9-10 roster girls per team out there on the lanes. Only 5 can bowl, but there's different people tracking stacks. There's assistant coaches, there's coaches, there's family members, there's tripods everywhere streaming each pair to cube accounts. Just a huge following. There's people standing on chairs. It's an environment that you just don't see anywhere else in bowling other than at the collegiate level. And here on the women's side, 13 years now, NCAA varsity sport. So Central Missouri starting out on lane number 5. That is our featured pair. We had it all day yesterday for you. We will be on lanes 5 and 6 all day for you. Central Missouri and Stephen F. Austin. We talked about Stephen F. Austin, they're the 2016 national champions. After yesterday's scores, which was all Baker, which means 2 frames per bowler. So leadoff bowler bowled the first and the 6th frame. Second bowler bowled 2 and 7, 3 and 8, 4 and 9, and the anchor bowler bowled the 5th frame and the entire 10th frame. With 17 teams here, I would like to run down the standings and let everybody know kind of who's here and where everybody stands after yesterday's Baker competition. University of Nebraska sits at the top. They sit at 61-34, which is a 204.5 average. At 59-34, exactly 200 pins behind, is Arkansas State University. in third position at 59-21. Just 13 pins behind Arkansas State is University of Central Missouri, who you see right here in front of us this morning. And in fourth, who is right here in front of us as well, is Stephen F. Austin University at 58-85. Followed by Sam Houston State University in fifth, Vanderbilt University in sixth. In seventh is Delaware State University, eighth, Prairie View A&M, ninth, Youngstown State, 10th, Jackson State, 11th, Tulane, 12th, Texas Southern, 13th, Lincoln Memorial, 14th, Bethune-Cookman, 15th, Louisiana Tech, 16th, Southern University, and 17th, Grambling State University. So 17 teams here at this 6th annual event. Back in 2011 was the first year for the Track Cat Clash, hosted by Sam Houston State University. The inaugural event, 2011, Sam Houston State took it home. 2012, more of the same. Sam Houston State repeated as champions. In 2013, it was Arkansas State who took home the title. 2014 champion was University of Nebraska, and they came back and won in 2015. So University of Nebraska looking for 3 years in a row of winning, and currently right now they do sit at the top of the leaderboard. Sam Houston State and the University of Nebraska looking both to be the first 3-time champion of this 6-year event. The first and second year for this event was held in Huntsville, Texas at Huntsville Lanes. The third year for this event was at Palace Lanes in Houston. And then the fourth and fifth years were here at Emerald Bowl. And we're happy to be here for the third year in a row. Emerald Bowl has been great hosts. Also, a little fun fact for you. Emerald Bowl played host to the very first NCAA Women's Bowling Championships in 2004, where Nebraska went on to win over Central Missouri 4-2.
So we're kind of seeing that right now again, with them playing right now against each other.
Yep. And then Emerald Bowl played host again to the third ever NCAA Women's Bowling Championships, where Fairleigh Dickinson went on to beat Alabama A&M 4-1. This field does feature 6 of the top 10 teams in the country, 10 of the top 25 teams, and every NCAA women's champion since 2013 and the runners-up are in this field today. So really an impressive field here in Houston. Talk about the oil pattern a little bit. This oil pattern is 41 feet in length, and it's 26 milliliters of oil. 15 milliliters on the way down, 10 milliliters on the way back. It's a 2.38 to 1 ratio, very flat. And yesterday we saw very low scores. Just for instance, in the Baker competition, no team averaged 200 in the Baker round match number 1. Only one team averaged 200 in Baker match number 2. 3 teams averaged 200 in Baker match number 3. 2 teams in Baker match number 4. And then the scores picked up quite a bit at the end of the day in matches 5 and 6, where we saw 3 teams average over 200 in match 5. And in match 6, an unprecedented 6 teams averaged over 200. So low scoring at the beginning of the day, and as the day goes on, the scores begin to rise a little bit, meaning that the oil begins to evaporate off of the lanes and go onto the bowling balls. And as the lanes begin to dry up, that creates friction. Friction creates scores, and you start to see higher scores towards the end of the day. This 5 and 6 pair was a very tricky pair yesterday compared to some of the other pairs of lanes throughout this bowling center. So this morning, shot making will be at a premium, and the scoring pace I would consider to be medium to low as you watch the teams compete out on the lanes.
All right, now, so I got a little question for you. They finished the frame 1, and then they switched. And I'm assuming they're going to finish frame 2 and switch again.
Yeah.
Why do they constantly switch in between frames instead of just waiting till the end of the game?
Sure, it's traditional. This is the traditional league play format, so to speak. So since they're only going to bowl one game on this pair, it would be unfair for one team to just get lined up on one lane. So what they do is they rotate back and forth every other frame. So you will see that throughout this entire game. That's a good question, because yesterday in the Baker format, each team stayed on their respective lane. But because they had multiple games on the pair, it's much easier for them to bowl that way with their team standing behind them. You will actually see after 5 frames here, all the girls complete 1 frame, the teams will actually flip back and forth, and you'll see them moving left and right. So great question. And if anybody has any questions, it's a great transition here. We are live on the Bearcat Sports Network here on YouTube. Make sure you give us a subscribe down there. You see the little red button. Make sure you subscribe to the Bearcat Sports Network. And also, you can interact with us in the chat. If you have any questions for us, we'd be more than happy to try to answer them for you, as we are just early underway here for game number 1 of 5 traditional team games this morning at the 6th annual track Kat Klash. Once again, I am Mike Flanagan, and I am joined this morning by Darian Graham. He's a sophomore at Sam Houston State University. Nice enough to come run the TriCaster and produce for us this weekend, and we really appreciate you taking time out of your schedule to commit yourself to being here for women's collegiate bowling.
Definitely, I'm glad to be here because it's definitely something new for me also.
So we'll run down the lineups now. Talk a little bit about each team. We'll start with the University of Central Missouri from Warrensburg, Missouri. Recent achievements on our bio sheet here, just to let you know, they won the 2016 Lions Classic already this year, and it's very early in the year, by the way, everyone at home. It is a very early in the collegiate bowling season. It just got started. They also won the 2016 Drury Baker Challenge, and they're ranked 7th currently. Their team consists of Samantha Roberts. She's a senior, along with Marina Stever. She's also a senior. Mackenzie Saulnier, she's a sophomore. Katie Furs, she is a freshman. Heather Weehee, she's a grad student, and she bowled anchor all throughout the Baker competition yesterday. Carly Thomas is a senior. Noelle Garrison is a junior. Michaela Backley, she's a sophomore. And Brianna Zimmerman, she's also a sophomore. So Ron Holmes, the head coach, and assistant coach Shannon Dexter, they carry nine athletes here to this event. They are the Jennies from the University of Central Missouri. For Stephen F. Austin, they hail from Nacogdoches, Texas. 2016 NCAA National Champions, as we mentioned. Coached by head coach Amber Lemke and assistant coach Steve Lemke. In 2015, they were the NCAA National runner-ups. And they live in the oldest town in Texas. That's where they reign from. Did you know that?
The oldest town in Texas, huh?
Yeah.
When was it founded?
You'll have to look that one up, young man. I don't know.
Let's do that.
I don't have that in my notes. They also carry 9 bowlers, and I'll take you through them now. Paige Crusher, she is a senior. Carly Larson is also a senior. Stephanie Schwartz is a junior. She's the anchor bowler for Stephen F. Austin. Kelsey Anderson is a junior. Morgan Riesling, a junior. Dakota Hazelwood, a sophomore. Paige Beanie, also a sophomore. And 2 freshmen, Amber Whitcomb and Megan Eaglehouse. So they have 9 lady athletes here on their team.
1779.
1779 for Nacogdoches, Texas.
Yes, it is, and it's up to 33,000 people.
Just had a question come in. Who are the sponsors of this event? Well, we make that very easy for you. You look out onto the lanes, you'll see them out there on each side. Track Bowling, Logo Infusion, and Turbo Grips. You know, Track Bowling, if you're looking for a new bowling ball purchase, make sure you head over to trackbowling.com. Check out their great lineup of products and the Ebonite International family of brands. Also, Logo Infusion, if you're looking to look stylish, a lot of the teams wear dye sub shirts. The two teams featured right now currently don't have dye sublimated shirts on, but many of the teams do, and you can express your character and show your true colors for your school. Head over to logoinfusion.com, and Ken and Kathy and the entire team based out of Las Vegas, made in the USA. Check them out, logoinfusion.com. They'll get you taken care of. And, of course, Turbo Grips. If you're looking for that perfect feel in a bowling ball, make sure you have Turbo Grips. Head over to turbogrips.com. With only 2 strikes for the first 4 bowlers for Stephen F. Austin, it's very impressive to see Stephanie Schwartz with a double and now a triple. So 5 strikes for the entire team, 3 for the anchor bowler, and that's just how good Stephanie Schwartz is. Lanes are very difficult this morning, as we talked about in the open. For Central Missouri, 5 strikes thus far. And that was a nice conversion. And notice today that there has been a bit of a lineup change for Central Missouri. And because they came through twice yesterday, I'm very familiar with their lineup. And it was Heather Weehee anchored most of the day, and today Heather bowling 4th. Samantha Roberts with a strike, and Kelsey Anderson for Stephen F. Austin with a nice looking shot there as well, leaving the 9 pin. That's what you want out of your leadoff bowler. You want to see your leadoff bowler consistently hitting the 1-3 or the 1-2 if you're left-handed. Setting the pace at the top of the lineup for your team. Central Missouri with 2 southpaw bowlers. They put them in there back-to-back. Dakota Hazelwood for Stephen F. Austin. Yesterday, did not see much of Dakota bowling down on when they came through this pair, so Dakota bowling second for Stephen F. Austin. Nice looking shot out there for Central Missouri. You really can't throw it much better than that. Heather Weehee. Looks like they have a scoring issue here. So Central Missouri with 4 out of 5 strikes there in the 4th frame. And that's how you do it. Central Missouri finding pretty good line to the pocket now. Six out of the last 8 strikes for Central Missouri. And Stephen F. Austin having a hard time knocking them all down, except for this young lady right here, Stephanie Schwartz, who is perfect through 3. Comes in light for the 10 pin, but still a good shot for Stephanie. Once again, you're watching the first game of 5 today. Women's NCAA Collegiate Bowling. I'm Mike Flanagan. Joined by Darian Graham, and Darian, 5 games today, 25 total games, but 5 team games. We should have about 5 hours of bowling coverage today.
Yeah, that math sounds right.
pace of play is picked up today compared to yesterday. Ladies are bowling a bit faster today. We've also got quite a few strikes down here compared to the pairs that I kind of see around us that I can get a bit of a look at. We're glad you're with us this morning. Mike and Darian here at the track Kat Klash, 6th annual. Not only will we be bringing you coverage today, we'll also be bringing you coverage tomorrow. And the way tomorrow shakes out is the top 6 teams that are left from today. The top 4 will have an opportunity to win the event. The 5th and 6th place teams, the best they can improve to is 3rd, which means, and I have not seen this yet, but as it was explained to me, the 5th and 6th place teams will bowl each other, the 3rd and 4th will bowl each other, and the 1 and 2 will bowl each other in best of 7, first team to win 4 games in Baker format tomorrow morning. So if you are in 5th and 6th, you could then, if you won that match, you would take on the, I believe it's the losing team from the 3-4 match, in which you could then improve to 3rd position. Okay. 1 and 2 will bowl each other, and whoever wins that match will sit out for a moment while the runner or the person that loses that match will then take on the winner of the 3-4 match. So that's how that is determined. We will see how that shakes out tomorrow. We will start a little bit earlier tomorrow. I believe it is at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So it was Baker yesterday, 30 total games. It is regular team traditional bowling today. So a great format with both types of bowling mixed in, the Baker and the regular team games, and then your finals tomorrow. For me, this is the format that I personally liked when I bowled collegiately. I enjoyed being able to bowl a complete game. Baker's great, but there was always seemed to be a little bit more pressure on you in a Baker format, especially when you're responsible for continuing a string of strikes, or if you open, you really feel like that you're I guess that it's your team score, even though this is still a team score. There is a bit of individuality amongst each scorer, and if you start out slow, you have a chance to bail a game out. You can always find positives in your game. But when it's the Baker format, if your leadoff bowler strikes and the second bowler strikes, and then you go up and you leave a big old nasty split and get like a 5-3, and then the girl behind you strikes, that's tough. That doesn't feel so good.
Well, also here as the individual, you can get into a groove much quicker bowling each frame.
Yes, on the same pair of lanes as well. You only get two shots. And there's always the possibility of there's 3 or 4 teammates that aren't bowling right now that could be put into the lineup behind you. So I personally believe that collegiate bowling is the best thing you could possibly go through before moving on to the professional tours, whether it be the PWBA or the PBA. Now, I'm not saying that everyone has to go through collegiate bowling, because we've seen with folks like Anthony Simonson and some of these other very young, phenomenal players that have been able to make it on the tour. There is no one defined path to get there, but this particular way of getting the experience through collegiate bowling, getting a great education, and going through the experience of traveling with your teammates and getting great coaching, this would be my preferred model. If you can do it. And not everybody's in a situation where you can take advantage of what's out there with collegiate bowling, and I completely understand that. Okay, so an open frame there for Central Missouri to finish out the 6th frame. Crosses over for the Brooklyn strike. She'll take it. Again, just to reiterate, this pattern is not your typical house pattern. It's not an easy lane condition, the way the oil is applied. Very demanding, very challenging lane pattern. So 2 crossovers, 1 for each team. All even in the 7th frame. Both for doubles, too. Perfect shot right there. Perfect shot. Looks like quite a few parents have made it today. Yesterday being a work day, not quite as many spectators here, but today it's picked up quite a bit. Got a pretty full bowling center. And if you're looking to host a collegiate event and you're a proprietor watching, I highly recommend you do so. You may lose out on a little bit of party business on the weekend, but there are a lot of folks in here participating in heading over to your food and beverage service to spend some money there. So this is a good one to support. And if you are a proprietor and you've considered having a collegiate bowling event, I highly recommend you have that happen for your bowling center. It's an event. It's having an event at your bowling center that helps keep the sport of bowling going. Moving forward, I should say. So great frame there for Central Missouri, 4 out of 5 strikes. And also pretty solid frame for Stephen F. Austin with 3 out of 5 strikes. For Marks, 1 open. Lefty's got it going on for Central Missouri, the leadoff bowler and the second bowler. Both with doubles working. And when I talked to the coaches prior to even sitting down in this booth getting ready for this event, they said that early in the day, the left-handers, the conditions will play to their strengths. Still very difficult, but to their strengths. And later on during the day, as the lanes break down, it will be more and more difficult for the left-handers with the way they attack the lanes to be able to have success. I didn't really see much of that yesterday. It looked like towards the end of the day, I didn't see coaches removing left-handed bowlers out of the lineups and replacing them with right-handed bowlers. It looked like the pattern really held up well throughout the entire day on both the left and the right side of the lane. Perfect. 3 in a row now. Filling a lot of frames out there today. Strike for McKenzie. Central Missouri's really got a great team score going here. Central Missouri coming into today sits in 3rd position. .213 pens out of the lead, but with strikes like that and a good start, they can cut that deficit pretty quickly. I can't see what Nebraska's bowling right now, but they are about 6 pairs away from us. Crossing with Arkansas State. Good shot for Stephanie Schwartz. Okay, so 2 frames to go in game number 1. Don't forget, 5 total games we have here today for you. Coming up in the next match, coming through our pair here is Texas Southern and Lincoln Memorial. Lots of bowling going on today. The United States Open happening in Las Vegas. Pretty big event going on out there in Las Vegas right now. It's being streamed live on PBA's Extra Frame. So when you're done watching us today, head over to Extra Frame and you can watch. Plenty of bowling over there on Extra Frame. I believe it ended last night around 12:30 a.m. in the morning Central Time.
I was asleep at that time.
I was up preparing for today's broadcast till 3 a.m. last night, doing my research and my homework.
That's why I'm your tech.
I certainly don't mail it in when it comes to NCAA collegiate women's bowling. I'm just happy to be invited to be here. Many of you may know me from my broadcast on Inside Bowling. We also have a YouTube channel. While you're subscribing to the Bearcat Sports Network channel, I'd really appreciate you subscribing to the Inside Bowling channel as well. I appreciate that. But when I was invited by Brad Hagan and Jason Barfield to come down and be a commentator for this event, it was a privilege and an honor, and to sit down in the booth and work with you. It's just a cool weekend. Happy to be here. Once again, if you do have any questions, you can send us, type them into the chat on YouTube while you're watching. Be more than happy to answer any questions for you as best as we can. How about that? Nice pickup there. Central Missouri's got quite a bit of enthusiasm and energy this morning. I haven't been calling out scores because we conveniently, with technology, have those available to you right there at the top of your screen. You get to see all the scores. So typically don't refer to scores until the end of the game just because they're all right there for you to see. I truly believe that having the scoreboards up on the screen is the closed captioning of the game. So a clean ninth frame for Stephen F. Austin. Central Missouri will erupt if they get a strike here. So Central Missouri off to a great start here heading into the 10th frame. Leadoff bowler still has 220 left. Second bowler has 224 left. Third bowler has 269 left. Setup bowler 236. And the anchor bowler 214 left. It's pretty good. Let's see how they finish this game. Stephen F. Austin still respectable scores. Possible 195 left with that strike there. 191 for the second bowler for Stephen F. Austin. 190 for bowler number 3, 160 for bowler number 4, and 213 for bowler number 5. First shot in the 10th for Central Missouri. Didn't like it off her hand, and a big old nasty split there. 6. I'm seeing that right from here. Is that a 4-6-10? From our vantage point, I have to look at the monitor because everybody is up and standing here. So with that open frame, it's 188 for Central Missouri, 194 for Stephen F. Austin. That chant you hear is from Vanderbilt. Big double here for Stephen F. Austin. They are finishing the game quite well through 2 bowlers. Another great shot there. Finishes out with 191. That's a well bowled 191 game. Open. 3 spares, searching around, trying to find a good line to the pocket. Strike, 9 spare, strike, 9 spare, 8 spare, triple in a 10th. That's what you call grinding. It's a real grind out on the lanes, and that ultimately, that type of game right there, the more of those you see throughout the collegiate year is what gets you to nationals and gets you an NCAA championship title, and they won last year, and it's with games like that is what you need. Pretty good shot there. They are going to need some strikes here. Back-to-back opens for Central Missouri. 188 and 201. They were staring at 220 max score. Turns into 188. 240 max score turns into 201. Now a 269 max score turns into 240. Meanwhile, for Stephen F. Austin, a max score in the 190s, they get it. Max score in the 190s, they get it. And spare strike here would be 176. About a 248 for McKenzie. It's just what the doctor ordered. So they're going to bring in a substitute. To get a fill ball here. So a pesky 4-pin for Stephen F. Austin. 176 for third bowler. So it ends up being 245 for the 3 position for Central Missouri. Stephanie Schwartz with the strike. She can still get to 213. Looks like we got another fill ball coming in for Central Missouri for Heather Weehee. And there's 10 back there for 215. It's tough to do. Sitting on the bench, didn't bowl. There is a practice pair, but coming over and delivering a strike on the fill ball. She may have earned herself a spot into the lineup, although with a low game of 188, I'm not so sure that I would be making any lineup moves, but that's up to Coach Ron Holmes, not up to me. .203 for Stephanie Schwartz, so 9-11 for Stephen F. Austin this morning, 9-11. This shot's going to close out game number 1. Well bowled game by Central Missouri. 10:42. So Central Missouri 10:42, Stephen F. Austin 9-11. They will move on to other pairs to complete their 5 games today of team bowling. And when we come back, we will have Texas Southern and Lincoln Memorial for game number 2 of traditional team bowling. We'll be back in just a little bit, everybody, from the 6th annual track, Kat Klash, on the Bearcat Sports Network here on YouTube.
Okay, NCAA bowlers and coaches, match 1 is now over. You may move to your starting pair for match number 2. Let's keep this pace up. Okay, just a reminder, players and coaches, when you are eating and drinking, if you could step away from the bowling area, maybe more towards the tables, that would be appreciative. Also, as I mentioned previously, make sure the bags and any balls are by the chairs or behind them. Spectators, make sure you are behind the tables. Thank you.
No, mine's over here. And it's mine.
number 2. They begin match number 2. Left lane
Coach, good
starts
luck.
the match.
Good luck, Coach. Good luck, young lady. You guys are on 5, I believe. Yes. It would be Sabrina, Mary Kate, Heather Trapp, Michaela Donna, Marisol Dodson. Same order. Where's our big water? Yeah, that's good. We need.
Game number 2 of 5 underway. Mike Flanagan here with Darian Graham. We're here at the 6th annual Kat Klash, sponsored by Track Bowling, Logo Infusion, and Turbo Grips. We just got done seeing game number 1, where it was Central Missouri and Stephen F. Austin. Central Missouri bowled 10-42, Stephen F. Austin 9-11. And now coming in, we have Lincoln Memorial University, their first season, and Texas Southern University. Texas Southern from Houston, Lincoln Memorial from Harrogate, Tennessee. Leadoff bowler for Lincoln Memorial is Heather Trapp. Excuse me, for Texas Southern actually is Joanne Savage, who you saw there. For Lincoln Memorial, leadoff bowler who you saw was Sabrina Fothery. There's Sabrina. And bowling second for Texas Southern is Brittany Torres. Brittany is a sophomore. Texas Southern University, coached by Sabrina Duncan Rose, with assistant coaches Frank Rose, Chantel Jefferson, and they also have a volunteer here, Alan Madison, helping them out. Crossing over for Lincoln Memorial is Mary Kate Kirsting. She's from New Jersey. She's a freshman, all freshmen at Lincoln Memorial University. First year program. Kamari Jackson looking to spare. Maybe she'll get the spare, and a lot of things, a lot of mental things people like to think of is just pretend like you left a 10 pin and you spared it. So hopefully she can spare this year after the errant shot. After Baker yesterday, Lincoln Memorial in 13th position. 51.08 they scored. Texas Southern in 12th position. 52.05 they scored. Third bowler for Lincoln Memorial that's Heather Trapp. She's from Virginia. As I said, all of the Lincoln Memorial bowlers are all freshmen. Nice looking shot there by the fourth bowler for Texas Southern. Denise Walker. I'm sorry, Waller. Looks like Waller. This is my first look at both of these teams. Well organized, though, I can tell you that. They've got quite a gallery behind each team. A lot of support. So an open frame for Lincoln Memorial. Darian, you've had a chance to see both Baker bowling and the traditional team format. Which one do you like better?
You know, I think the stress level in Baker is probably better to watch. However, I think as a player, traditional would be more fun because you get to go up there each frame.
That's Michaela Donna. They say she's from Maryland and Florida. Maybe she splits time. Maybe she, maybe she in the past has gone to school in Maryland and then vacations in the summer in Florida.
Hey, you know, Florida doesn't sound like a bad vacation plan every summer.
No, it doesn't. Actually, ME, is that Massachusetts? I'm looking at the handwriting here. Marisol Dodson leaves the 4-pin. Maine. Okay, so she's in Maine.
So those are like
Maine and Florida.
Polar opposites, kind of.
Yeah, they are.
You got,
They're it's the East Coast, north and south.
yeah. So maybe she goes to Maine during the summer, where it's cooler still.
Okay.
And then when Florida starts getting a little bit cooler, not like it actually does,
Right.
during the winter, she's down there.
Yeah. Yeah, could be. Definitely could be. You think she would take a boat? You could just boat it down.
I mean, you could take a boat anywhere, but I wouldn't recommend
Well,
it.
you really couldn't take a boat from like Houston to St. Louis. I mean, you could. You could go up to
Could.
Mississippi.
Right, but
Go-
like,
take-
don't recommend it.
Yeah, it'd be a lot more difficult going against the stream.
You got an engine. I wouldn't recommend a kayak going upstream.
No.
Maybe downstream.
Sure.
You could just like get in your kayak, get into the center of the river, take a nap, and you're at the Gulf.
Isn't it true that the original lazy river was the Mississippi?
I don't know that fact. However, it sounds pretty good.
You know, they put these lazy rivers in these water parks where it's got the current going and you just float around the park.
Yeah.
I wonder if people, you know, back in the caveman days, if they just grabbed, you know, some sort of an inflatable raft that they contracted, maybe with like, you know, balloons or something, and then just.
Where were they getting these balloons?
Well, I'm sure they manufactured them back then in the caves.
But
So then they just would hop on these things, you know, probably
Right,
some way,
right.
somehow get them all to kind of, you know, they'd probably take bamboo sticks to get them all to kind of stick together.
yeah.
And then they would just start, you know, somewhere around Chicago and then just you know, take the river all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico.
And then what? Can't really take the river
Well,
back
it
up.
would be pretty similar to like when you climb a ladder at the water park to get back, you know, at the top of the water slide. They would just climb.
No, I feel like they would want to start in the Gulf, walk to their starting point, and then when they get tired, they can just like, all right, this sounds good. Let's start here. 'Cause
Sure.
if you go the other way around, and you start up north and you go for too long in the river, then you're stuck camping out with your little makeshift raft, and that's just no fun. All just to get back home.
We've got some fans texting in, enjoying this talk this morning. We've got information here in the chat too, helping us out. Michaela just recently moved to Florida from Maine,
Okay.
but I think the whole story that we talked about, which was completely made up,
Right.
is that she has choices between Maine and Florida.
Right. Well, hey, living in Florida doesn't sound too bad either.
Oh no,
You got a couple pressure systems that come in,
Yeah.
give you rain,
yeah,
but when that burns off, you got a nice beach, nice day.
you do. You do. Absolutely. We're glad you're with us this morning. Game 2 of 5, as we show on the screen. You've got your scoreboards up there to keep an eye on your scores. Lincoln Memorial University crossing with Texas Southern. Don't forget that the completion of the 5 games today, combined with the Baker scores from yesterday, the top 6 teams will advance to tomorrow's competition, in which it will be head-to-head matches, taking the top 6. If you're in the top 4, you still got a chance at the title. So the 6th annual, take you through the champions now. Year 1, Sam Houston State. They followed it up in year number 2 as well. Arkansas State took home the 3rd annual back in 2013. And then the 4th and the 5th annual in 14 and 15 were captured by the University of Nebraska, which just so happens to be our leaders through yesterday. And they had a pretty big lead, so I would imagine they are still leading after the first game today. Don't forget to subscribe to the Bearcat Sports Network here on YouTube. It's the red button, the little subscribe button. We certainly would appreciate that. I would assume we'll be back streaming this again next year. You're a sophomore, so maybe
Yeah,
we'll have you for a couple more years.
I should be back.
Unless, CNN or CNBC hires you to take over the...
Gotta get a degree first.
For Lincoln Memorial, head coach Joe Slawinski, he's a USBC Gold coach. Not too many of those out there. Have to go through a pretty long process and a lot of time on the lanes to become a Gold coach. So congratulations to him on achieving that level. And his assistant coach, Alexa Anderson. Did you know that Lincoln Memorial in Harrogate, Tennessee is actually on the border of Kentucky, Virginia, and Tennessee?
So did they get to
Choose which state they're
yeah.
from? That's a good question. I'm
Or
not
is,
sure.
like, all of their campus in the Tennessee part?
Well, I think it's in the Tennessee part, but I think that on occasion, you know, if they want to, they could head over to where those 3 states all meet, and you could like lay down,
Yeah.
and you could technically say, hey, I'm hanging out in Kentucky, Virginia, and Tennessee all at the same time. So here is Michaela Donna from Florida. There she goes. She's getting a lot. We're talking about her a lot today on the broadcast. Marisol Dodson, anchor bowler here, now up, looking to what they call hang the leadoff bowler. I haven't heard that phrase in a long time, though. I'm not so sure if it's even used anymore.
Which phrase was that?
When you hang someone on a team, it's when everyone else strikes except for you.
Well,
I like to call it the bailout. Pick your teammate up.
that sounds better.
It does. Denise Waller, fourth bowler here for Texas Southern, crosses over for a strike. And anchor bowler Jaden Talkiyisu. See if she can improve to 3 for 3 on 5 and 6. Saw Stephanie Schwartz do that in the last match, started with the first 3. Stephanie finished her game with 203 for Stephen F. Austin in the first game that we had here. Okay, so a spare for Lincoln Memorial. Sabrina Fathery. And let's see how many of these bowlers here can continue the strike string. All were perfect on the right lane the last time, bowlers 2 through 5. And for Texas Southern, Brittany Torres, she has the first 3 strikes. She's looking for the 4-bagger. Comes in high for the 6-10. Easy spare for her. I love the enthusiasm and the energy also this morning out of Lincoln Memorial for being a first season team. They seem to really be enjoying this collegiate bowling. As I sit here and we have extra frame up here in the booth as well as we're watching some professional bowling while we call collegiate bowling, I can't help but just think about how many superstars are in this building right now, future superstars of bowling on the PWBA Tour. I'm looking at just this U.S. Open right here, and I'm seeing someone like Angie Ramirez, who, if you're a fan of bowling and women's collegiate NCAA bowling, you would know Angie Ramirez because she made it to the national championship a few times and has gone on to be a bowler you see every weekend competing at the highest levels. Made a PWBA telecast this year, and I just can't help but think how many people here in this building right now, young ladies that are future forces on the PWBA Tour, which is even great to be able to say today that there is a PWBA Tour, because for a period of time it did not exist. Nice shot by Jaden Takeisu. I'm sorry, that was Denisha Waller. Denise Waller. I like her game. She does it very well. This is Jaden Takeisu right here. One, two, sorry, 1-3-6. Do you have scores? Great. Okay, we have a score update here. Looks like University of Nebraska only bowled 894 the first game as a team. Central Missouri bowled 1042, so narrows the gap. Nebraska still leads at 70-28, but now it's 69-63. Central Missouri, after bowling 1042, jumps up in closer towards Nebraska. Third is Sam Houston State, bowled 1077. Highest game on the board. They sit at 69-60, just 3 pins behind Central Missouri. In fourth, Arkansas State University bowled 982. They sit at 69-16. Vanderbilt is fifth. They bowled 1,012. They sit at 68-09. In sixth is Stephen F. Austin State University. They bowled 911. We saw it right here. They sit at 67-96. followed by Delaware State in 7th, Prairie View A&M in 8th, 9th, Jackson State, 10th, Youngstown State, 11th, Texas Southern, 12th, Tulane University, 13th, Lincoln Memorial, 14th, Louisiana Tech, 15th, Bethune-Cookman, 16th, Southern University, and 17th, Grambling State.
Those top three, we're going to see all of those today. We saw Central Missouri last game. Sam Houston currently at third we see in our fourth game. Then Nebraska comes in to finish us off in our last game today. Definitely interesting to see how those stats change throughout today.
Yep. Certainly will be. Yeah, we will see Nebraska in the last match today, so. Seeing some of the young ladies on this particular pair with these two teams starting to miss the head pin. Seen some head pin misses left and right, mostly right. And that just means that they're missing their targets to the right, or they don't have enough hand to get the ball to recover back into the 1-3.
What do they need to do to fix that?
Yeah, you know, a multitude of things. They can tighten up their angles, like move their feet right, move their eyes left. Move to a different section of the lane so it's easier to make sure that they hit the head pin. Or they can switch bowling balls. Denise Waller looking for triple. Up through the nose, 3-6-10. Those are good. If you had to come up with a chant, if you were out here bowling,
No.
Darian, what would be your chant?
Could have warned me about that question. Gotta take some time. Let's get the strikes.
Let's get the strikes.
that sounds like a pretty good idea for a chant, right? Because that's what you want. There are some chants that I've heard these teams say that I don't necessarily understand, but they'll roll with it. I know Stephen F. Austin has I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. I have no clue what that means, but congratulations for feeling 22. But what about you? I'm sure you've had thought about chants that you would have.
Well, this comes to mind as I'm sitting here. We don't ride no bike. All we do is strike. You can go ahead and whine while all we do is shine. Before we begin, we always know we win. That would be my
I feel like you would
chant.
have to go a little bit faster with that.
Yes, it would.
'cause,
Yeah. So if you want to hear it correctly, what I need you to do is download this broadcast, put it in Adobe Premiere or Final Cut or something like that, and go ahead and speed it up at about 150% and listen to it back, and it'll sound perfect.
So, how about you just like write down what you just said, if you remember still.
I don't remember it. I don't remember it. I know that it was something about bike, strike, wine, shine, begin, win. Those were the key words I wrote down. Because in any good chant, they need to rhyme.
Right.
So that's how you write chants and rhymes. That's how Eminem does it. That's how any of your all-time best rhymers make it happen. So I wrote down win, strike, and shine were the three words that I wanted to focus on. So then I had to find words that rhyme.
All right. So, have you ever seen anyone biking in a bowling alley?
No, but that just came to mind, bike, strike.
Okay.
But tie it in.
It doesn't really need to make sense, right?
That's where the mastery comes in of the rhymes and the creativity. So another one could be, we'll just pick three more important words in bowling. Spare, best, and team. Okay, so then we got to find words that rhyme. So what would be a good one that rhymes with team?
Got steam.
Yeah, we could do steam. All right, steam. What goes with spare?
Tear. Like tearing paper.
I'm going to go with dare.
Dare.
That'll be more fun.
We dare to get a spare.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm going to go rest with best. So you could do something like you can fit in with the rest, or you can be like us, the best. Splits don't bother us, you dare, because every time they become a spare. So just when you think you're losing your steam, fear not, because we have a team. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
That's how you do it, buddy.
Improv 101 right there.
That's right. Whose line is it anyway?
Not mine.
As we continue along in the sixth frame here of this game number 2, Track Cat Klash here in Houston at Emerald Bowl. I want to thank Track Bowling for their continued support of Sam Houston State University Athletics bowling team, along with Logo Infusion and Turbo Grips. Once again, head over to the 3 respective websites, turbogrips.com, logoinfusion.com, and trackbowling.com. to support the sponsors. Well, I like that shot. It's a really good shot, 4-pin. For some reason, all the bowlers and coaches completely moved out of the way for that shot, so I could see it.
Yeah, they've been moving out of the way a little bit these last couple of games. Kind of have a good point of view from where we're sitting.
Yeah, now we can see the ball reaction again. All right, covers it up. Nebraska looking to win this for the 3rd year in a row. They still lead, as we mentioned, with our scoring update if you're just joining us. I want to welcome in all of our viewers this morning. You can also watch or actually participate in the chat with us is what I was trying to say. And we will answer any questions that you may have. Don't forget to subscribe to the Bearcat Sports Network here on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button. Oh. Thought that was going to maybe bounce around a little more.
She was able to toss the pin over, but just couldn't hit the other one.
All right, fortunate to break that up. Just the 2-8. 2-7-8 is much more difficult. Second a hook. No, not quite. Comes in light for a 2-pin. Oh, and completely misses it. That's not good. She's not going to like that. But this 41 feet in length oil pattern, 2-to-1 ratio, very flat, very easy to do. One thing about college bowling is it's almost an endurance sport. I mean, you have to stay focused on every shot. You wouldn't necessarily think bowling endurance, but boy, it's mental. And there's another 2-8 completely missed to the right. And the reason for that really is their feet are just too far to the right where they're setting the ball down. You want to pick up the 2-8, move a little bit closer to the pin with your feet so there's less, less error. I mean, if you miss just a little bit to the right, I mean, that ball's never getting back. So moving a little bit more towards the center part of the lane and throw at it that way. Spares are a lot of feel. There's no particular perfect way to pick most spares. There's several different ways to get it done. Coming up in the next game, we will have Prairie View A&M and Jackson State. Seen a lot of 6-pin combinations, either just the 6 by itself or the 6-10. And, with teams that maybe their skill levels are a little bit lower than some of the other teams, I'd rather see the 6-pin combinations than, say, missing the head pin combinations. It means they're close. It means when they do miss, they're just going a little bit high on the head pin. Still gives them a chance to get a strike or a 9 count like you see right there. And that's what it takes to finish, in the upper half of the field, and that's a good way to start. Both of these teams, not near the top, but as you see them compete out there, you can see how they're close to being able to break through. What's more impressive is that Lincoln Memorial is a first-year team, and it's very early in the season. Big double there for Texas Southern. Feels good to throw a double on the lane, especially on a live stream. Lincoln Memorial with some strikes after those couple of 8 misses. It's one thing that you want to do after you leave an open frame. You want to come back and throw a strike right after it. Redeem yourself. Wow, look at that. Like I said earlier, I'm very, very impressed with Denise Waller's game. Coach is even getting into it here with Lincoln Memorial. How about that? 4 strikes in the 8th frame for Lincoln Memorial. If you were a coach, would you be vocal, animated, or would you be a little more reserved?
I think you have to analyze your team for that also. if your team is kind of wanting you or giving the vibe that they need the coach to participate more to feel like they're doing the right job, then yeah, you would, as a coach, want to be a part of vocal and animated to show your support to your team.
I could see you with like a pencil in your ear,
I prefer pens.
pen in your ear. Maybe like an eraser mate pen, one where it's got an eraser on it. You can erase the pen. You ever have those?
I've never actually used one.
Oh, they're awesome. That's all I had in school because I made a lot of mistakes.
See, I make a lot of mistakes, so I just scribble it. Like, scribble it out like they won't notice.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. I refused to use whiteout in school, so I always had those erasable pens.
I could never find whiteout. Like, whiteout is that mythical creature that exists, we think.
Yeah, whiteout is it's an odd product. That's one you don't really understand how it made it to market and lasted so long.
Because humans will constantly make errors.
Is Photoshop the whiteout of today?
For digital stuff, yes. I use Photoshop whenever I'm like filling out applications. Like, I have Photoshop, so I put it in there, just add a bunch of text layers to fill out online applications or something. Save them as a PDF, call it good.
Could you imagine if all the products that were used, say late 80s and stuff, like office supplies type stuff, that if actually you had apps and you were actually kind of sort of doing that digitally? So for instance, let's say you wanted to merge a couple of documents, you would grab your stapler app, you would staple the digital documents together.
It's kind of just like copying a bunch of files and putting it into one folder.
You're right, but instead we would just staple them together.
Yeah, I don't think.
And then you'd have to grab the staple remover app if you wanted to separate them out again.
Yeah, I don't think that would be too efficient.
You draw something on a form and you accidentally, type the wrong letter. Well, there's no backspace key. You got to go grab your whiteout app.
It's kind of like taking the modern technology with the old infrastructure. You can't press backspace because then you just get like double layer like a typewriter, right?
Right. Chad Sador has a question. Hey, Mike, it looks like Lincoln all has the same similar set and approach. Is this a new coaching technique? Well, I don't know if this is done intentionally, but yes, they do all have similar games. I've been noticing that as well. But I will tell you that back in the day at Nebraska and Wichita, for instance, so I've heard that you could always tell if a bowler went to Wichita because of the way they released the ball and their follow-throughs, and same with Nebraska. Nebraska, I believe, used to be, and I don't know if this is so true anymore, but it used to be, I believe, if your follow-through touched your shoulder on the way back, like you always came back and touched your shoulder, then it means you knew you went to Nebraska. But I don't know. I don't think that's used as much anymore. And I would kind of go to Brian Valenta at Lindenwood University, that when he was a two-hander and he was bowling there. There's a lot of different styles now. Like, imagine if Anthony Simonson went to Texas Southern on the men's side and they were all told to bowl the same. Well, it's impossible for Anthony Simonson to do so. Dane and Terry says, yes, it's done intentionally. Well, I guess it could be. I know that often when a shot plays a particular way that coaches like to put 5 players in the lineup to throw it similarly if they think that there's an advantage of playing a particular part of the lane a certain way and you have 5 players on your team that can do it.
I feel like that makes a lot more sense when playing the Baker matches also. You get 5 players that constantly do the same motions.
Yep. So heading into the 10th frame, we have Lincoln Memorial, possible 156, 214, 190, 170, 164 max scores for their 5 bowlers. And for Texas Southern, possible 177 for leadoff bowler Joanne Savage. And still possible. Possible 225 for Brittany Torres. Possible 168 for Kimari Jackson. Possible 222 for Denise Waller. And a possible 190 for Jaden Takayisu. Amy Flood also chimes in and says, yes, it's done intentionally on the question. They all are told to bowl the same way, taught to bowl the same way.
Don't know if you guys saw that there was a error just now in that first frame, or the 10th frame. The first bowler got a strike. However, the laser counted only 9 of them gone down.
Yeah, because it takes the picture at a certain time, and the pin fell after it took the picture for the automatic scoring. There's actually a camera down there that takes a picture, and it knows what it's supposed to look like. And when the things are missing, it then tells the computer how many pins were knocked down. So 167, Texas Southern, Joanne Savage. 146 for Lincoln Memorial, Sabrina Fothery. Brittany Torres leaves the 5-pin. Mary Kate Kirsting up now for Lincoln Memorial. That very easily could have been a strike. 4-pin just wiggles. Hook. Ooh, I wasn't sure that was going to hook. Just barely. Nice way to finish. 205 for Brittany Torres. Good game, Brittany. $192. $192 for Mary Kate Kirsting. Crossover strike for Kimari Jackson. else you'd like to have that back? 166. For Heather Trapp. And now Lincoln Memorial bringing in a sub. It looks like it. Kayla Donna. Leaves 3-6-10. And here's a sub for Texas Southern. Wow, crosses over. Gets, is that 3 or 4? 4. 162. We're going to have a, nope, no sub coming in. I thought we might have had a sub coming in for this shot. Denise Waller, fill it up here for 201. And she does, 201. Nicely bowled game. Nice shot. So 151 for your anchor bowler. Finished with 814 as a team for Lincoln Memorial University and Texas Southern. One more shot left. Still bowl 180. Make that 177, I believe. So Texas Southern finishes with 912. And Lincoln Memorial finishes with 814. That concludes game number 2 of 5 here from the 6th annual Track Cat Clash, brought to you by Track Bowling, Logo Infusion, and Turbo Grips. When we come back, we will have Prairie View A&M coming up against Jackson State, and we'll be back in just a few minutes here on the Bearcat Sports Network.
All right, NCAA Bowls coaches, match number 2 is now complete. You may move to your starting pair for match number 3. All right, once again, NCAA Bowls and coaches, reminder, please keep your bowling equipment near or behind the chairs. Also, when you are eating or drinking, please try to stay as far back as possible so we don't get anything near the lanes. Thank you. Well, since that match started, I guess we could start our match number 3 now. Please wait next time until I say it. You can now start match number 3.
Okay, as you can see, everyone, game number 3 of 5 underway here at the 2016 version. It's the 6th annual Track Cat Klash here in Houston at Emerald Bowl. I'm Mike Flanagan. Joined by Darian Graham, and also want to thank Logo Infusion and Turbo Grips for also being part of this event. Sam Houston State Athletics, Jason Barfield, and Brad Hagan. I want to thank them for allowing myself to come here and thank them for allowing this webcast to take place. So as we move in to this game number 3, we have Jackson State University and Prairie View A&M attacking these lanes 5 and 6. Jackson State University on the right lane. They're from Jackson, Mississippi. They're the SWAC 2016 bowling champions, also the East Division champions. Head coach Michael Boykins and assistant coach Vicky Boykins. Says here they're a very diverse team. They love to travel to different sites. Mexico, El Salvador, Chicago, New Jersey, Louisiana makes up our team. Went to East Coast, New York last week. Had fun in Times Square as a team. So that's always a cool team building experience. And to be there, also their lineup consists of Kiara Smith leading off. In second is Paola Estrada. In third, Violet Kirk, and Laura Uzel bowls fourth, and Marcela Sanchez bowls fifth for Jackson State. Also on the roster, Brianna Reed, who's a senior, and Michelle Walker, who's a sophomore. 7 total bowlers for Jackson State. And for Prairie View A&M, they are coached by Glenn White in his 13th year. They're ranked 22nd preseason, finished 9th out of 27 at the Wildcat Invitational last week. Prairie View, Texas, where Prairie View A&M, the Lady Panthers hail from. They have 8 bowlers on their team. They have Shelby Hart, who's a senior, Lindsay Paredes, who's a junior, Amanda Morgan, who's a freshman, Alexis Burton, who is a sophomore, Brittany Kenny, the senior, Caitlin Dickerson, the freshman, Alexis Borgman is a grad student, and Jessica Rodriguez is a junior. Looks pretty good right there. Amanda Morgan, your anchor bowler for Prairie View A&M. So far for Jackson State, they're clean. All marks up on the board. Watching the Bearcat Sports Network here on YouTube. Appreciate everybody subscribing to the channel and watching today. Don't forget, we'll also be back tomorrow with the finals beginning at 9 a.m. Central Time. So let's see if Jackson State can get on the board with their first strike here. All spares in the first. Never a bad thing. Alexis Borman leading off for Prairie View A&M in the second frame. Looking for a double. Crosses over. Couple of single pins up there staring our bowlers in the face. This is Lindsay Paredes. She's a junior, bowling second for Prairie View A&M. So lots of single pins is what I'm seeing right now. Jackson State, though, off to a really good start. All right, still clean. Let's see how long this can continue. All right, I left the booth for a minute because I needed to go get some lineup things. They didn't have the right numbers written down for me.
I feel like they should just like put them in the order initially.
Yeah. Well, they turned them in yesterday, so. So we talked about Alexis Borman. She leads off for Prairie View. Lindsay Paredes is second. We knew that. Alexis Burton is third. Caitlin Dickerson is fourth. And Amanda Morgan is fifth for Prairie View A&M for Glenn White's squad. But the real story here is Jackson State. They continue to mark. And you can't say that I'm black clouding anyone because they keep marking and I keep talking about it. No opens for Jackson State. I do have an updated standing sheet here, and we've got a lot of changes happening here at the top of the leaderboard. How about the home field advantage going to Sam Houston State University? They bowled 10:35 the last game, and they vault themselves into first place, 3 pins ahead of the University of Nebraska. Nebraska bowled 964. In third place is Arkansas State. They bowled 1,012. They sit at 79.28. And fourth is University of Central Missouri. They bowled 955. They sit at 79.18. Fifth is Vanderbilt at 1950. Sixth is Stephen F. Austin at 1827. I'm sorry. Let's start over. I read the wrong column. It's Sam Houston State at 79.95. At 79.92 is University of Nebraska. At 79.28 is Arkansas State University. At 79.18 is University of Central Missouri. They're fourth. And fifth, Vanderbilt is 77.47. And sixth is Stephen F. Austin at 77.12. And seventh is Delaware State at 74.54. Then it goes Prairie View A&M, Youngstown State, Tulane, Jackson State, Texas Southern, Lincoln Memorial, Bethune-Cookman, Louisiana Tech, Southern, and Grambling State, your 17 teams that are represented here at the 6th annual Track Cat Klash. And Jackson State is in 11th coming in. Prairie View A&M in 8th. You wouldn't think Jackson State is in 11th with their exceptional spare shooting. This one's going to be a little more difficult, though. And there it is, their first open, but took a long time to get an open, and it was a split, so. So 3 strikes for anchor bowler Amanda Morgan. She's a freshman. Looking pretty good out there. Okay, just one open through 3 frames. Team bowling here for Jackson State. See if leadoff bowler Kiera Smith can get her first strike on the board on lanes 5 and 6. Alexis Foreman with the strike for Prairie View A&M. All right. More spares for Jackson State. Gladly take that strike. So 4th frame, 2 strikes for Prairie View A&M. Paola Estrada looking for 3 in a row. Oh, that was a bad break. That was a really perfectly thrown ball, really. Double for Violet Kirk. Excuse me, Alexis Burton with the double for Prairie View A&M. Scores are kind of heating up here. This pair's doing pretty good. Woo! Barely. Just barely made that 7-pin. Just about halfway through today's coverage. Glad you're with us watching today. Can you access the channel on there? There you go. Just remove first offense. Perfect. A little housekeeping here up in the booth. I'll tell you what, I've been really impressed with these two teams. I didn't expect, to see the spare shooting that we've seen, some of the best spare shooting that we've seen come through here from teams that are, in 11th position and 8th position. They're rising up here on our live stream pair. I like that shot. Is it going to hook? Didn't quite pick up, but looked good off her hand. 4 strikes for Prairie View A&M there in the fourth. 2 doubles. Two opens in the fourth for Jackson State. It's uncharacteristic of what they've done in the first 3 frames. So 332 to 319 right now, but Prairie View A&M, 4 strikes they're working off of. Now a double on the board for leadoff bowler Alexis Borgman. First strike for Kiara Smith for Jackson State there in 1 hole. So Jackson State throws 3 opens in the third and the fourth frames after being clean through 2. And how do they make up for it? Well, they got 4 for 4 in the 5th frame. Can anchor bowler Marcela Sanchez complete the star frame? We shall see right here. And she did. So there you go. I don't know if we've seen that in the 5th frame of any game.
I don't think I've seen
All strikes at all.
All strikes in one.
No,
Since.
I think it's the first time we've seen that today.
Also, we got Prairie View going for her 5th strike in a row right now, too.
And that's Amanda Morgan. She's perfect through 4. And that string comes to an end. I thought I was the black cloud.
She'll still be able to get that spare, though.
Yes, she will. Hook. It did. She was a little worried, I think.
I was a little worried for her.
Oh, were you? All right, so halfway through our broadcast actually today now. This is exactly at the halfway point. We've got 2.5 games to go. Glad you're with us. 6th annual Track Cat Clash. It's called the Cat Clash because of the Sam Houston State Athletics hosting the event. Bearcats. It's Cat with a K. And we're continuing to bring you this coverage here on the Bearcat Sports Network. And Alexis Foreman now has 3 in a row. Strike, spare, spare, triple. See if Jackson State can keep the momentum going here. At least get a few doubles here in the 6th frame. And it falls late, so there is a double now for Paula Estrada.
Jacksonville just getting their strike again, making for almost another perfect frame. 4 for 5 with 1 spare. I think Jackson has been getting into the way they need to be. Probably going to be keeping this up probably throughout the next few frames. That's going to be the first open frame for Kiera Smith for Jackson State with with only one pin left that she wasn't able to clear the ball on.
Well, I stepped away for just a minute and come back, and I see 4 doubles up there.
Yeah.
So I was really impressed with Jackson State. Through 3 frames, they were clean. Well, through 2.5 frames, they were clean. They had 1 open through 3 frames, and then they threw the 2 opens in the 4th. And now, ever since, it's been a lot of strikes. See the single pin miss up there just happened, but a lot of strikes. Let's see how many triples we can get here. I don't know, misses the head pin. Should have lost, should have just stayed away.
You walk away, they get strikes, you come back, and
Yeah, it's okay. I enjoy watching the bowling, so I'd rather watch bad bowling with me here than have to sit in a pro shop and have them strike at will, and I don't get to see it. Call me selfish.
Pull the string yourself in there, right?
Yeah, I guess I could. All right, so 7-2 there. But let's look at this. Jackson State currently sits at 70-72. They might be able to make up 150 pins here. Might be able to get themselves up close to 8th, which is where Prairie View A&M sits right now. Let's see if 4 and 5 bowlers can complete some triples here after those 2 single pin misses here. 3 opens to start the 7th frame. Trying to avoid disaster here in the 7th frame.
There's that strike.
There's 1. Need 1 more. Spares are so important in bowling. Cannot stress that enough. Split you can't help, but anything makeable where you just go hard and straight at it, you should be able to pick almost all of those up. That's what separates the contenders from the pretenders. There we go. 4th and 5th bowlers, they're there for their teammates. Very difficult lane conditions out there. You might be watching your league bowlers out there bowling on, softer lane conditions, stringing tons of strikes together. Out here today to have a couple of bowlers having 3-baggers out there is huge. That's a bad break. Pretty good shot. Anytime you hit the 1-3 flush and you leave a 7-pin, that's just called a bad break. That's a tough game for leadoff bowler. Six spare, nine spare, nine spare, six spare, strike, nine spare. Can't knock them all down. Leave a 9 count and you miss a single pin. Then you get a strike and you got to really work to bowl a 200 game. And you feel like you've been working really hard. Her name is Violet. Sometimes I call her Purple.
I think that's what I heard.
Violet Kirk, freshman. Laura Ozel. Got 4 in a row. Marcelo Sanchez now with an opportunity also to complete the 4-bagger. I've been really impressed with both anchor bowlers for both of these teams. All right, so through the face for 3-6-10. Should be able to pick this up. Still bowl 224. So an open frame to complete the 8th frame. For Jackson State, and now Prairie View A&M. Anchor bowler, strike, good shot. Mike Flanagan here with you along with Darian Graham. We're happy that you were with us watching, whether you're watching live or if you're watching archive version of this broadcast. I'm going to ask you something here, Darian. If you were to bowl collegiate, which position would you want to bowl? Leadoff, second, third, fourth, or fifth?
Probably third. It's in the middle because I'm not very good. They'll forget about me. I'm not burning that. I'll bowl, get to like a 110 for the game, and I just need them to forget that I did that. So maybe get 1 strike, 2, maybe 3 spares throughout the entire 10 frames, and I just need them to forget about that.
And you see, I always like to bowl leadoff because I like to get a read on what the lanes are doing. I like to fire up the team. I like to come back and high five. And bowling leadoff, usually you stand at the ball return, you talk to the leadoff bowler of the other team, you kind of have a little bit of fun, socialize, interact.
Yeah, but they'll still remember me. The first person and the last person, they'll remember.
True.
But if I improved my game, I probably want to be anchor, because if I was able to improve my game, then I'd be able to save my team
Yep.
from anything and have that, I guess, stress. And I love stress. That's how I work.
Well, in that case, how about I unplug everything real quick?
Oh well, I don't think my boss would enjoy that too much. It might not be. He might come down here to take your job tomorrow.
Is the NFL on tomorrow? That wouldn't be so bad, I guess. Thanks for the idea. I'm just kidding. I would much rather be here to bring bowling to you and to the masses.
I'm sure you can stream whichever NFL game you want to watch tomorrow anyways.
I'm sure I could. How about this frame for Prairie View? A&M.
They're trying to do what Jackson State did in the 5th frame right now.
And they did.
And succeed.
That's setting it up perfect for the 10th frame. All strikes in the 9th.
All strikes in the 9th, and 2 of them got strikes in the 8th also.
Yeah, actually 3 of them. Leadoff bowler, too.
That's right.
So possible 245 for the leadoff bowler, a possible 182 for bowler number 2, a 202 for bowler number 3, 188 for bowler number 4, and possible 259 for bowler number 5 for Prairie View. Heading into the 10th frame on the right lane. And now take a look at that. 5 in a row now. For Jackson State, Laura Uzel.
That is very impressive considering that in the 4th frame she had an open frame there, and she's come back with 5 strikes in a row.
Yes, sir. So lots of strikes down the stretch here for both teams. For Jackson State, a possible 192, 198, 195, 244, 212.
both those leadoff bowlers were unable to get a spare, leaving one pin each.
Yeah, and that's just, I don't know, that's just a mental error. That's just something that just cannot happen.
Especially in the 10th frame.
Yep. Still 212, a very good score for Prairie View A&M. 170 for the leadoff bowler for Jackson State. Two more games to go today, 5 total. Yesterday, if you didn't join us, we had 30 games of Baker games. Today, 25 games of team play. 5 games with 5 bowlers per team is 25. So an open frame there for Jackson State. Just 176 for the second bowler. And possible 162. Oh, that's going to be 159. Yep, 159. I'm anxious to see what Laura Uzel, the fourth bowler for Jackson State, finishes out with. She has got a lot of strikes going on.
Officials just changed the score for the second bowler just now to 157.
Good call. Good catch on that. So the string will end at 6, but can still bowl 230. How about that shot right there? How about 4 in a row now? Caitlin Dickerson. She's a freshman. Well, that's a nice comeback there, 188 for her. Marcela Sanchez now still has a max score of 259. My apologies, Marcela Sanchez actually for Jackson State as neck and elbow 192. It's actually 259. That is still possible for Amanda Morgan. She's a freshman also. So the fourth and fifth bowlers for Prairie View A&M, both freshmen. So an open frame to finish out for Jackson State. It's 180. Bowls a team score of 960. Jackson State bowled 951 and 793 today, so that was their high game of the day thus far. Now let's see if 259 is going to happen for Amanda Morgan. Prairie View A&M bowled 947 and 873 and got an opportunity to get up over 1,000 here. It's 258 for Amanda Morgan. Impressive bowling. And they bowl 1,005. So that's going to do it for game number 3 here on the Bearcat Sports Network. Track Kat Klash, 6th annual. We'll be right back with game number 4 here shortly between Sam Houston and Southern University. We'll be right back.
Guys, great bowling. I'm sorry I was mad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I thought that wasn't very personal.
right, that completes match number 3. Completes match number 3. Please move to the starting pair for match number 4. Please move to the starting pair for match number 4. Once again, a reminder, please wait for my announcement to when the match is end before you move. I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Once again, please move to your starting pair for match number 4.
Alright, coach, let's do it. Y'all see it 13, I see his. Wow, you gonna be a man? Put this in my hand. Six. Well, I mean, 13. Absolutely not. Alright, y'all, keep it up. Good. Ellie. I'm not getting no help on the beach for mine. Some dog. My water. I think no. I mean, that's pretty good for having like 1 2 3 balls in the last. I feel you.
All right, NCAA bowlers and coaches, you may begin match number 4. You may begin match number 4. Left lane begin.
One person.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are underway here, game number 4 of 5. We have Sam Houston State and Southern University here. Now coming through our live stream pairs lanes 5 and 6 here at the 2016 6th Annual Kat Klash, presented by Track Bowling, Logo Infusion, and Turbo Grips. Sam Houston State took over the lead going into the last game. We'll have standings here shortly. So they were your leaders. We'll see where they sit now. Coach Brad Hagan for Sam Houston State. They are 2016 NCAA quarterfinalists, 2015 semifinalists, 2014 national champions. Their lineup: Lynn Fischler leading off. Second is Taryn Gray. Third, Stephanie Zazayala. Fourth is Janine Kuwahara. Fifth is Heather Panatzer. And for Southern University, Riel Dean leads off. Sarah Ledouf is second. Cassandra Hughes third. Samantha Sellers fourth. And Colleen Jeremy is fifth. Head coach Rose Fogg. And she had an interesting fun fact for everybody to know at home. The skirts that they're wearing, she made personally.
Talking about fun facts yesterday, because I am from Sam Houston, I got to interact with the team. Stephanie, she has this interesting thing. She does not eat curved chips. If they are curved in any way, she will not eat them.
Why not?
She doesn't like the texture of the crunch. Flat chips have a certain crunch that she likes.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, I've never met anyone who has that.
That's different.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard the yellow starburst, which she also does.
Sure.
She adds on the discrimination of purple Skittles she doesn't like. But just another little random fact.
Got it. Southern University with their first strike on the board now.
Second strike on the board for them now.
Looks like they like the left lane. I want to bring up that browser again. Yeah, now it's probably, yeah. Had some messages here in the chat that I had to do a little housework on. Spray a little Windex on there and wipe it off. So not too many strikes on this pair right now. Sam Houston State, like I said, was leading going into the last game. We'll have scores here in just a little bit for you. Waiting for a few teams to finish up before we can get those scores to you. So. There we go. Okay, hot off the press, here's our new standings for you. Your leader is right in front of you. Sam Houston State University sits at 9,003 is their total. 3 pins behind. University of Nebraska at 9,000. Third is Vanderbilt after a huge 11-24 team score the last game. Jumps into third position at 88-71. And fourth is Arkansas State University, who bowled 890 the last game, fell down to 88-18. And fifth is the University of Central Missouri, who bowled 879 the last game. They're at 87-97. Sixth is Stephen F. Austin University, who bowled 890. They're at 86-02. Delaware State sits in seventh position, who bowled 979. They're at 84-33. We saw Prairie View A&M bowl 1,006, which was the fourth highest team game the last game. And they have now jumped. They are in the eighth position, but they are 160 pins out of the next position, which is seventh. Then Texas Southern, Jackson State, Youngstown State, Tulane, Lincoln Memorial, Louisiana Tech, Bethune-Cookman, Southern, and Grambling State round out all 17 teams that are here at the Kat Klash. Brought to you by Track Bowling, Logo Infusion, and Turbo Grips. Coach Brad Hagan has that water bottle tucked into his back pocket again today, and I commented yesterday about that, about how I've never been able to do that before. It's never been something I've been able to make happen. It always falls out, but good on you, Brad, for being able to get that to work.
You want to do a post-game interview with him and ask him that?
Yeah, we might potentially do that. It's probably not a bad idea. I'm sure the viewers at home are extremely interested in that. Hey Brad, how do you keep that water bottle in your back pocket? How do you keep the water bottle in your back pocket?
How do I keep it in my pocket?
Yeah. I've never been able to do that.
Really?
Yeah. Like, how do you do that?
Trademark, man.
It is your trademark. That's what I'm kind of thinking.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah.
I guess it's still trade.
Yeah. You guys are leading. You guys have been leading for a couple games. You're in first.
Rotate. 50 opens. So you can't do anything with 50 opens. Fill percentage is a little higher today.
Coach Hagan talking about their fill percentage.
I'll bring a bottle of water.
Yeah, sure.
I'll be right back.
Thank you. Got people wanting to bring us drinks. It's perfect. So we got this game and one more, my man. Then we're finished up for the day.
Yeah, and that's Louisiana and Nebraska.
Yeah.
The one trailing shortly behind Sam Houston.
Yeah, so we've got the first place team right now, and we'll have the second place team in the next setup. I want to see those two bowl each other.
That would be good.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tune in tomorrow.
Tomorrow, I'm pretty sure we'll see.
That's a setup tease right there for tomorrow. You just say, hey, you know, I'd like to see these two, and I'm sure everybody at home's like, oh, I want to see these two.
Yeah,
well, tomorrow.
Everyone wants to see the top two bowl against
Reminds
each
me of
other.
American Idol when Seacrest says, and we'll have your results after the
Commercial.
break. Yeah,
That's how every competition show is, though.
yeah.
And that's just so that they get their money for showing the ads, and more viewers, the more
And that's
money
why
they bring
you
in.
that's why you binge watch. Because you don't want to wait.
I don't want the commercials.
You also don't want to have to wait till next week to find out what happens.
Right? No one wants to wait a whole week.
Thank you very much. They're taking care of us here, bringing us bottled water service here up in the booth. Cheers on these bottled waters. Southern University from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. This is their first season tournament. Again, leadoff bowler Brielle Dean. She's a freshman. Sarah Ledouf, she's a freshman. Sandra Hughes is a sophomore. Fourth bowler Samantha Sellers, she's a sophomore. And Colleen Cheremy, she's a junior. Bowlers from Orlando, Florida, Baton Rouge, Tucson, Arizona, and Golden Meadow, Louisiana. There are certain town names that are just cool. And I wonder if it costs more to live there.
In Baton Rouge?
Like, where do you live? I live in Golden Meadow. Like, seriously.
There are a lot of random names in Alaska. And down on the Aleutian Chains, there is Unalaska, Alaska.
Unalaska, Alaska.
The city is Unalaska, and it is in Alaska. Alaska has some other weird names. You got Chicken up there, and I don't know if I would ever, like, advertise, yeah, I'm from Chicken, Alaska.
I like names like, there's one in Utah that's called Pleasant View.
Yes.
Pleasant View, Utah.
That sounds peaceful.
Golden Meadow, Louisiana. And that's where Colleen Cheremy, the anchor bowler for Southern University, is from. Golden Meadow, Louisiana. From the Platinum District. I live on 777 Where the Stars Live Boulevard.
Must be pretty lucky.
Yeah. I see what you did there. Where all our street signs are red and they line up. Out of trouble. In trouble. That crossover for a 5-10 is never fun.
No, I don't think any split sounds fun at all.
Usually on that hit, though, you would just leave the 5 or a 5-8 usually.
Okay.
5-10 usually not the case. What's that? Look at that, deep inside. Boom. I really like the way that Heather Penitzer throws the ball. Left to right. Looks like Madison's going to potentially be brought into the lineup. Madison Keller. Looks like she's going to be brought into the leadoff position right now. Earlier on the broadcast, if you've been with us all morning, we were talking about whiteout. And we actually now have a sheet in front of us that has whiteout on it. Coach Hagan brought in a sub, and she went big 4. And what's interesting is Southern University, who's in 16th, they actually have a higher score right now than our home team, Sam Houston State Bearcats. So you can see how Coach Hagan's getting a little frustrated with these lanes 5 and 6, and we've seen a lot of teams frustrated on this pair of lanes. But Sam Houston State, as we know, former national champions and resilient group of ladies, they are very capable of turning this game around, and I anticipate we will see so. They will get it figured out, and they will get it turned around here. So Brooklyn, but it's a strike nonetheless. So back-to-back strikes now for Sam Houston State. Let's see if they can continue this string and get some momentum going forward with Janine Kawahara. Janine's actually bowled a pretty good game here. Strike, spare, double, spare. So 3 strikes now. So anchor bowler here can get a triple, and things don't look so bad for Sam Houston State. Well, Heather Penitzer, she'd like to have that shot back, I'm quite certain. She's got to slide it over, slide that head pin over to the 10 pin. So with a lot of strikes, there is still a possible 201 left for leadoff bowler. 224, 226, 259, 219. So it needs just a lot of strikes. And with the substitution, Madison Keller comes in and she big fours, but then makes the adjustment and throws a strike. So she can throw a double, get the strike in the 8th as well. Looks like that'll pay off. Here's Taryn Gray. It's on line. Is it going to hold? Nope. Does not hold. And Brielle Dean with that open frame. She had been bowling a pretty good game. The triple really helped out, but still opportunity to bowl in the 220s if she could strike out the rest of the game. Stephanie Zavala with the double in the middle of the game here for the Bearcats. So we get back-to-back doubles here with Janine Kuwahara. Janine Kuwahara's got such a simple game, and she's keeping her team in this, really. I mean, leading by 3 pins, kind of feeling the squeeze a little bit. .610 should be an easy spare here. More what I'm used to. Okay, so going into the 8th frame here now. It's kind of crunch time here for Sam Houston State. You know, sitting on the lead. Bold games of 1,077, 1,035, and 1,008 come down here to lanes 5 and 6, where we've been sitting and camped out for the last 2 days. And will be again tomorrow. One of the tougher pairs in the building, as we've been told by the coaches, and this is a challenge for Sam Houston State. And you know, the interesting thing is the team that's breathing down their neck, just 3 pins behind, is Nebraska. And if this pair is indeed so difficult, they're coming in on this pair next. So both of the leaders will both have to catch this pair, and potentially going into tomorrow, when it comes to seedings. This pair and right here with the story that we're telling could totally determine the outcome of how the seedings are set up for tomorrow. So could it be that lanes 5 and 6 is the biggest intangible in the tournament, the biggest variable that makes a difference? It could be. So with that said, here we go, looking for a double. Leadoff bowler, she just came in 2 frames ago. She big forward on that lane the last time, comes in light, a little tentative, and looks like leaves the .278. I couldn't tell if there was a sleeper back there or not.
you were talking about how these are a difficult pair of lanes. I'm curious to see how Nebraska performs this next game after seeing what they did yesterday and see if they remain adjusted to the lanes. from
Right,
yesterday.
you're exactly right, because what happened yesterday is Nebraska got the bull on this pair, and then Central Missouri bowled on it twice. And then when Central Missouri bowled this morning, the very first game out of the gate, Central Missouri came down to this pair that they were familiar with, and they bowled 1,042, which was the second highest game in the building on this pair. Stephanie Zavala there with the triple. So for Zavala to get the triple, and maybe Janine can go up here. Kuwahara, she can get up and throw a triple as well, which is huge for their team. Huge. Leadoff bowler is going at a 160 pace. Second bowler is going at a 170 pace. Got the two strings of strikes here, third and fourth bowlers. And there she is, Janine Kuwahara. She comes through with a strike. So we got two triples in there now. So, they're going around 2-teen pace. And anchor bowler now needs to get it going. Heather Penitzer, she is a junior. She's got a lot of experience in collegiate bowling. And this would be something if she could get a strike here in the 8th. And she does. Awesome shot. Awesome shot. So just in the last 3 frames, 9 strikes from Sam Houston State. Ninth frame is the foundation frame. My guess is Nebraska's not faring too well right now themselves, simply because Bill Straub just came down with one of his players, and they just worked something out over on the practice pair. So this is a very nice recovery by Sam Houston State. Now Janine Kuwahara can go up and make it back-to-back four-baggers. And she did. That is huge, huge. So the third and fourth bowlers have really come up big in this game to bail out Sam Houston State. All right, just a 9-pin. And Colleen Jeremy, she made a pretty good shot right there in the 1-3. She's bowled a pretty safe game. Just not a whole lot to show for. A lot of spares, which is important. Sam Houston State has missed way too many spares this game. I'm sure Coach Hagan will tell you the same thing. He said yesterday they couldn't fill frames. Today they've been filling a lot more, and then they come down to this pair, and you see some 9 opens and some total miss of counts up there on the board as well. So not what Coach Hagan wanted to see. So here we go, 10th frame. Riel Dean is going to be in the 170s to 180 max score if she picks this up and strikes. Pretty good shot by the leadoff bowler for Sam Houston State. Subbed in the 6th frame. Big 4, strike, spare, strike, hit the pocket for a 10-pin, so not bad. And then hooks past the 10-pin. Another single pin miss. So 149. And 168 by each leadoff bowler. We've seen down here the leadoff bowlers have not been able to fill up the frames in the 10th frame. All right, nice shot there. Just leaves the 4-pin. So an open frame for Southern University that is going to have a resulting score of 146. So 168, 146 for Southern University. Sam Houston State now, possible 159 for Taryn Gray. So 158 for Taryn Gray. And now here come the superheroes of Sam Houston State this game on lanes 5 and 6. Stephanie Zavala. She can max out for 226. Comes in light, leaves the bucket. Never an easy spare on a flat lane condition like this. 41 feet in length, 26 milliliters of oil, 2.1 to 1 ratio. .173 for Cassandra Hughes. $199 for Zavala. Her team really needed her to do what she did that game. Those strikes towards the end of that game were huge for her team, just mentally and keeping the score up. Now here's Janine Kuwahara. She's a senior, and she still has a max score of 259 left. It was 144 for Samantha Sellers for Southern University. She's in the 240s now. Now she's into 250s. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Janine Kuwahara. On a pair of lanes that her team has struggled on after bowling consecutive games of 1,077, 1,035, and 1,008. They're going to fall short of that here, but Janine Kuwahara, she kept her team in it here as they have the lead coming into this game. So 258 for Janine. Outstanding bowling. And Southern finishes with 166 the final game. Gives them a team total of 797. And a big strike there for Sam Houston State. Well, Sam Houston State never gave up in that game. Early, it was not looking good. But they made the adjustments, and in the end came through and bailed out a respectable game here. Still get to 9:53. Possible 189 for anchor bowler Heather Panetzer. Make it 191. So Sam Houston State bowls 951 on a score that looked like it could be sub 900 through 5 frames. So that's going to do it for game number 4. We'll be back with game number 5 here shortly, where we have Louisiana Tech taking on Nebraska here at the 6th annual track Kat Klash, presented by Logo Infusion and Turbo Grips. We'll be back in just a few minutes here on the Bearcat Sports Network.
All right, NCAA balls and coaches, that concludes match number 4. Please move to your starting pair for match number 5, the final match of the day. NCAA balls, coaches, and fans, just a reminder, tomorrow is the best 4 out of 7 Baker matches. We start practice at 7:45 a.m. It is a bit early, however, it is daylight savings time. So please remember to turn your clocks back an hour tonight. Please remember to turn your clocks back an hour tonight. Practice will begin at 7:48 tomorrow morning. Okay, I'd say coaches and bowlers, you may begin match number 5, final match of the day. You may begin.
We hope so. Be gentle. One shot at a time. Exactly. You're more in the coaching staff than anybody else.
Game number 5 underway here at the 2016 6th Annual Track Cat Klash Championship Tournament here, NCAA Collegiate Women's Bowling. Mike Flanagan here with you. Producing today with me is Darian Graham. And I want to thank Bearcat Sports Network for allowing us to be here and broadcasting this. We have the University of Nebraska taking on, or crossing with, I should say. They're not bowling against each other. The whole entire building's bowling against each other, against Louisiana Tech.
Meant to tell you that before.
Got the lineups worked out here for Nebraska leadoff bowler Megan Straub. She's a sophomore. Bowling second is Brianna Zabiriak. She is bowling second. She's a senior. Third is Kelly Belzeski. She is a junior. Jasmine Mason is fourth, and Julia Bond is fifth. For Louisiana Tech, Sarah McCormick is a junior. She leads off. Lindsay Rosen is the second bowler. She's a junior. Kendall Hickman, the sophomore, bowling third. Kelsey Calzaretta is a junior, bowling fourth. And Shelby Smith is the anchor bowler for Louisiana Tech. We do have standings in front of us here that were just brought up to the booth. And the University of Nebraska are your new leaders. And they're right here in front of us, 9,990. Total of 9,990. They lead over Sam Houston State, who sit at 9,954. Third, Vanderbilt at 9,924. So Vanderbilt getting in there. Arkansas State University at 9861. And fifth is University of Central Missouri at 9797. And sixth, Stephen F. Austin at 9506. On the outside looking in for tomorrow's match play, Delaware State is at 9442. They are in seventh. And then over 200 pins back is Prairie View A&M at 9211. Texas Southern, Jackson State, Tulane, Youngstown State, Lincoln, Memorial, Louisiana Tech, Bethune, Cookman, Southern University, and Grambling State University round out your entire field of 17 teams here at Emerald Bowl here in Houston, Texas. So 99.90 sets the pace. University of Nebraska, once again, Sam Houston State sits second at 99.54. Vanderbilt University third at 99.24. Arkansas State currently in the top four at 98.61. Central Missouri has an opportunity to jump in and go past Arkansas State. Remember, the top four teams are the only teams that can actually win this event, can only get the title if you're in the top 4 going into tomorrow. So right now, I would say that the University of Nebraska, Sam Houston State, Vanderbilt, Arkansas State, and Central Missouri, 4 of those 5 will all be here tomorrow. Be very difficult for another team to surpass them. Almost mathematically impossible. We will be back tomorrow morning. It looks like 8 a.m. is probably when we're going to go on the air tomorrow. A little bit earlier. Don't forget daylight savings time tonight, everybody. All videos will be archived. I appreciate the feedback there, R2 Productions. And Jack Jones, glad you're here with us. And, of course, Bearcat Sports Network commenting in the chat as well. If you do have a question for us, feel free to ask it. We'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you have about this event. It is a 41 feet in length oil pattern out on the lanes. 2.3 to 1 oil pattern ratio. And I'll tell you what, Louisiana Tech, they're off to a good start here. Louisiana Tech coming into this game, as I said earlier, in 14th place, but hanging in there with Nebraska right now. Only one open through almost 2 frames. So back-to-back open frames now for Louisiana Tech. Saw Louisiana Tech yesterday come through our live stream pairs. Pair of lanes here, lanes 5 and 6. University of Nebraska, of course, coached by Bill Straub and assistant coach Paul Klempa. I was just talking with Paul during the break, and Paul actually has been with Nebraska for 20 years, started in 1996. Brianna Zaverick staring at a 6'10". Meanwhile, Kendall Hickman looking at the 4'7". Together they would make up the big 4 if you were to use both lanes. Now here's Kelsey. Just can't break up the 5-pin there. Pretty good shot. So double 9 spare, hopefully. And here is Jasmine Mason. Yesterday, when we saw her bowl down here in the Baker portion, a lot of strikes for Jasmine. Jasmine Mason and Julia Bond, the 4th and 5th bowlers for Nebraska. Two ladies that one day we potentially see bowling on TV for professional women's title if they pursue that in bowling. And Julia Bond with a strike. Shelby Smith covers up the spare for Louisiana Tech. So I'm going to go ahead and say this on the air right now. Nebraska has not opened. They are clean through 3 frames. And a strike for Megan Straub. Spare for Sarah McCormick. Here's Brianna Zabarik. Oh, 410 on a pocket strike shot. Looked like a good shot to me. I thought it would be a strike. Just goes to show with this oil pattern what can happen when you just miss a little bit inside or you're a little soft with your speed. Just dives a little bit high on the head pin. Very easily there could have been a 4-pin or maybe even a 7-pin, but or a 4-7, but not a 4-10. Darian, how you doing, man?
I'm holding up.
Yeah?
Got here early. Bowling. Last game of the day.
Last game of the day. We said about 3:30. It's 3:10.
You said 3:30.
I
I'm thinking
did.
more towards 4.
Well, Nebraska is your leader, and we purposely set it up that way so they'd be here on during the last game. That's how we roll. That's how we do it. We want to make sure that all the viewers at home have exactly what you want to see. And of course, no, we didn't, to the person that in here that says I need to be a little less subjective. I hear you. Loud and clear. Love watching Jasmine Mason bowl. She's our last chance at a perfect game on the webcast. Tomorrow's all Baker. And of course, she leaves the 10-pin after I just said that. It's a good shot, though. I don't know what the high game of the tournament is. We could probably find that out. Zabaric with just the 10 pin. Fortunate not to leave a split there. Yeah, just missed the 10 pin. It's late in the day, fatigued a little bit. Can't always follow through 100%. Another thing to think about too is they don't really get an opportunity to eat during this. It's not like, you know, it's 8 hours, no eating.
Well, they bring snacks around with them all the time.
There are some
But
snacks, but
no real actual lunch.
yeah, no meals. And you got to think about it too. You know, the sharing rooms at the hotel. It takes a while to get ready. No real time for breakfast. I mean, you can make time, you know, if that's important to you. You go to bed early, but with all the studies and everything else that you have to do, I mean, you're a college student. You were working on a paper last night while doing this all day.
Yeah, trying.
Yeah, it's
Had to.
it's not easy.
No, it's had difficulties getting connected to internet. So really, I actually looked at my essay question on my phone and tried to do some research on my phone, but that just couldn't work. I couldn't get my computer hooked up to the internet. So
Certainly makes it hard to do your job.
oh, definitely. When you have to do an online research without the internet, it's a little bit hard.
It is. Also players on these rosters, Raquel Orozco and Allison Morris for Nebraska, and for Louisiana Tech, Morgan Hall, currently not bowling. Nebraska finishes out with spare, and so does Louisiana Tech. Finish out the fifth frame. Nebraska has only 2 opens. It's a 4-10 and then a missed 10 pin. They were actually back-to-back opens. It's interesting how that's contagious sometimes. Louisiana Tech. Has 4 opens. Check that, make it 5. I looked at it. Oh, that's pretty much about as good as you can do trying to pick the 5-7. Strike for Lindsey Rosen for La Tech. Now Kendall Hickman has an opportunity to jump up here and after 3 consecutive spares, get a 3rd strike. Southpaw. Crosses over, leaves the 8-pin. Shots coming in light and high. Thanks, Brian. In the chat. Tomorrow's when we need the Nielsen ratings. That's what we were told tomorrow. We are glad everybody's tuned in to watch this bowling here today on the Bearcat Sports Network. I am Mike Flanagan. Generally, I do live streaming with InsideBowling.com. This is a little bit different. I was actually brought in to commentate for the collegiate action here for Sam Houston State University and really enjoy the entire atmosphere here. The folks at Emerald Bowl have been great. Everyone with Sam Houston State Athletics have been awesome to work with. The Bearcat Sports Network. Darian here along with Jason Barfield, who was here with me yesterday. Awesome group of people. NCAA Collegiate Bowling. It's been around 13 years now, and it's really something that's helped move bowling forward. Having the opportunity to compete for scholarships and or get scholarships to be part of this is awesome. And one day we hope to see the men's side of it as well. Obviously, more of an uphill battle, but with so many other sports for that men can compete in. But it's awesome for ladies bowling, and there's awesome programs throughout the country, and there's so many more now that have popped up since its inception. It's incredible. I mean, you can make a case for 7, 8 teams, 7 or 8. Like if you're a young lady and if you were asking your friends, hey, what college should I go to for NCAA collegiate bowling as a young lady? There are so many great choices right now. Julia Bond with a strike. So 4 opens in a row, that frame 4 in Nebraska. And Julia Bond comes through with a strike as the anchor bowler. Not the frame they were looking for. Louisiana Tech, clean frame 6. 8 spare strike, 9 spare strike, 9 spare. Four frames to go here as we wrap up today's coverage. Game 5 of 5. 2016 Track Cat Klash Championship. 6th year. Nebraska has won the last 2 years. Darian, what's on the plans for tonight for you? More work?
Well, no, because I can't access the internet. So I'm not able to do my essay in full. So dinner, watch some TV, go to sleep early to get here early.
Okay. Now you could go find like an internet cafe or something and do some work, right? Somewhere with some Wi-Fi.
I could.
What hotel you staying at?
The one that gave me a key to.
Is it the same one I'm at? Is it a Hampton?
Maybe, yeah.
And you can't get on the internet?
Nope.
Huh. I got on the internet at the Hampton.
Well, what were you doing differently than I was?
I probably clicked on the little Wi-Fi thing up on the browser and selected where I wanted to go. Was it because of the name? Was it because of the last name you couldn't get in there?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I can help you with that right now. You're gonna get your work done now. You've just bailed on the whole thing. Did you call down to the desk and ask him how to get on?
No.
Oh.
I was tired, lazy.
That's it. That's your. You type in your room number and then you type that in.
All right.
Bill Straub's up out of the chair. Jasmine Mason. I'd be interested to know what Jasmine's going to do after college. She's a senior this year. If she's going to pursue a career on the tour or bowl part-time, or
How would one pursue the tour?
you would just make a commitment to bowl all the women's stops and, either bankroll yourself or get a sponsor to put you out there and just see how you do. Unfortunately, there's only so many ladies that could make a living doing it that normally they have to have another job too, and trying to have a regular job and bowl the tour, a lot of jobs will not allow you to do so. You got to find kind of that perfect type of job. Speaking of jobs, Eric Traylor works at this center, and I didn't know that. He's a really accomplished amateur bowler, bowls a lot of stuff, and we were talking a little bit earlier. They allow him to work at this bowling center and go bowl a lot of stuff on the weekends, and he really appreciates that here at Emerald Bowl. Let's hand it to Emerald Bowl too for allowing this event to happen on a weekend. So Louisiana Tech has bowled 2 clean frames, 6th and the 7th. Nebraska, a bit of a hodgepodge there in the 7th. 1 strike, 1 open, the rest spares. And we saw this at the very end of yesterday when Nebraska in their final game opened and bowled 170, I believe it was, like 178 after bowling 250 the game before. So this is kind of getting to that stage when the lanes have transitioned to about the same time frame as yesterday. Be interesting to see how Nebraska finishes up. All the coaches have just moved over right in front of us. So Megan Straub with the strike. Sarah McCormick leaves the 10 pin. Lindsay Rosen with the strike. Now let's see if Kendall Hickman can step up here. She can still bowl 246 if she were to strike out. Good shot. Nicely done. Kelsey Calzaretta now has an opportunity to form a Super Mario castle. You ever play Super Mario?
Long time ago, I played it for just a few minutes.
What I mean by that is you see the strikes up there. It's building like where you go up to the flagpole at the end. They get this one here. Staggered strikes. But to no avail. Fortunate get the 10 pin out of there. And that's a nice spare for Nebraska. Jasmine starting way left on this one. You can barely even see her in your screen. Just the 4 pin for Shelby Smith. Jasmine looked like maybe she was a little too deep. So 3 clean frames in a row for Louisiana Tech. That's pretty awesome. Last week there was a event at South Point Bowling Center for the PBA. Jacob Buttriff won, and the entire tournament, I forget how many games it was like 60 games or something like that. Maybe it was 30. Anyway, it was a bunch of games. He was clean the entire tournament, did not have an open frame the whole tournament.
That's impressive.
The whole tournament. That would mean that all day today streaming, there would have been no open.
Right.
No open frame. Not one.
Wow. definitely an accomplishment right there.
Sarah McCormick here getting it going here in the 9th frame for Louisiana Tech. Pretty good shot right there. And she's just been kind of going at it here. She's just hasn't been able to knock them all down, but sparing almost every spare. There's Megan Straub. With a big double on the board now, she can still bowl 214. So back-to-back strikes now for Louisiana Tech. Louisiana Tech's having a good game. Just to give you an idea of what Louisiana Tech has bowled today. 837, 795, 915, and 911. Hooked right past that 10 pin. And she's frustrated by it too. Oh, okay. I was worried about that spare for a minute. Kelly Belzeski with a strike for Nebraska. And there's a strike for Kelsey Calzaretta. So if Shelby Smith can go up and get a strike, they will have 5 strikes counting the double going into the 10th frame. There's Jasmine Mason with a strike. Shelby Smith fills another frame. So Louisiana Tech, just put it in perspective, they can still bowl 199, leadoff bowler, 194, the second bowler, 224 for the third bowler, 233 for the fourth bowler, and 179 for Shelby. Did she not cover that spare? It's difficult to see from here. I thought she had covered the spare. Guess she didn't. Here's Julia. Julia Bond with the 7 pin. And Nebraska can still bowl 224, 169, 196, 221, and with a spare here, 219. So the last switch of the day. As they move over to lanes 5 and 6, swapping Nebraska to the left lane, Louisiana Tech to the right lane. Little high leaves 6-10. Now here's Megan Straub with an opportunity to throw 3 in a row. We've seen that a lot. Balls coming in light on the left lane once you get so deep. Fortunate to only leave the 4-pin. Could have been the bucket or 2, 4, 5 easily. .202 for Megan Straub. .178 for Sarah McCormick. It's been a difficult game for Brianna. Some mismakeable spares. But a good game for Lindsay Rosen. Lindsay finishes out with 183. And 3 great strikes, a great way to finish out for Brianna Sabarik. 169. Got a baby split attempt here now for Kendall Hickman. Still bowl 212. Kelly Belzeski with a strike in the 10th frame. Houston Bowl 196. Open frame in the 10th frame. That's going to be 201 for Kendall Hickman. Possible 233 left for Kelsey Calzaretta. Shelby Smith can still bowl 179. Really good shot right there. So 185 for Kelly Belzeski. So Jasmine Mason still left for Nebraska with Julia Bond, bowling anchor. Kelsey Calzaretta just finishing up here for Louisiana Tech. And then Shelby Smith will finish out, anchor bowler for Louisiana Tech. Glad you've been with us all weekend here watching the track Kat Klash, brought to you by Logo Infusion and Turbo. Of course, track bowling as well, makers of the Paradox. Lineup of bowling balls, the Cyborgs. New Tundra coming out. They've got some great products over there at track right now. You should go check them out, trackbowling.com. It's 213. Kelsey Calzaretta. Strike for Shelby Smith. $198 for Jasmine Mason. $198. Shelby Smith finishes with 177, which gives Louisiana Tech 932. Which is their high game of this set. Hold it right here on the live stream pair. $952 the total. So Julia Vaughn finishing up for Nebraska gets the first strike in the 10th frame. Can bowl 219. So Julia doubles into 10th frame, can bowl 219. Take her team to 973. .215, 969 total. And that's going to wrap up today's coverage of the track Cat Clash, brought to you by Logo Infusion and Turbo Grips. I'm Mike Flanagan. I'd like to thank you for watching today. I thank Darian Graham for sitting in and producing with me today. Some commentary. It's been a fun day, man.
Yes, it has. Looking forward to tomorrow with the top 6 teams, right?
Yep, top 6 team will be here tomorrow about 8 a.m. Central Time. And we will probably crown a champion sometime around 1 o'clock, roughly. So we do want to thank everybody for watching. We want to thank all the teams for participating in this event for the 6th year in a row. We'll be back with 6 more of them tomorrow. And make sure you subscribe to the Bearcat Sports Network on YouTube. And until tomorrow, everyone have a good night. Be safe out there. And thanks for watching NCAA Collegiate Women's Bowling. We'll see you tomorrow.